and the Taiwan Strait. So, looking forward to making sure that this is a success, working with all my friends and colleagues around this table, et au plaisir de pouvoir répondre à vos questions un petit peu plus tard, une fois qu'on aura eu toutes les conversations nécessaires aux différents enjeux en place. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're going to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to get short.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. We're moving as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Wish I want to fill that name.
Good cop, bad cop.
Right? Or good cop, dumb cop. Peralta, what are you doing? 9-9. Oh, it's my new interviewing technique, Sarge. Peralta, stop it. Okay.
Oh, how did we get to that?
Oh, yeah, we're like, don't you.
I had to watch that show, it's so well.
Oh, it's so good.
I'll see how they see that it's, because I have a Peacock.
Oh, okay.
I'll sit there, like, flip through it, and like, they're always pushing it.
Yeah.
And
Oh, about the
yeah. If I started watching,
Sit
I'm gonna
and
watch like 3 hours of it.
Right.
And just forget
The first
day.
4 or 5 seasons is on Netflix.
So I guess they're an hour off.
So I don't have Peacock, so you just sit there and you just binge start episode 1, the pilot, and just keep going.
Yeah.
Good.
You know what you're gonna get, and you know you're gonna like it.
Right, yeah. Even if you've seen the episode, you know, a dozen times.
Somebody get on it.
Uh-huh. Can you do your job?
Help desk?
Help desk?
Kevin.
Somebody, can somebody do all this?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see you around the hill usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm usually with ABC. I used to work for NBC as well, but they stopped calling, so I think they had a bit of a
Tussle.
no, like their operations switched to New York, and then they stopped using a lot of freelancers and the staff around, and then
Gotcha.
they started calling freelancers, but I didn't have my own gear, and I was like, hey, I need you to go like now, and I'm like, well, I gotta come in and get my stuff, and they're like,
10:15. Yep, starting up. 10:15.
thank you.
Yeah.
Because I just like go sit down interviews. That's great. That's not exciting. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, I like that.
Like,
Yeah, same thing. Mostly on the hill.
Okay. Yeah. I'll do this.
Right.
Long time.
Oh, okay. 70 like you're going towards,
Okay.
70 and we're 70 and 40 Kennedy. So it's like east of Harper's Ferry.
Yeah, no, it's east of Harper's Ferry. It's the main line that goes from Kroger to, the way I get there, sorry, towns up there, just in case.
Yeah.
Towns up there, it's 340 that goes from Kroger to Harper's Ferry.
Yeah.
And then 68. Okay.
So you could split. You can keep taking 340 across the bridge
Right.
to Harper's Ferry, or you could split, take 67 and go north
Okay.
Oh,
towards
what's up?
Hagerstown, Sharpsburg, Antietam.
So if you
Sorry.
go to 67, 5 miles.
Yeah, through Boonesboro, right?
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
and then you
I
hang
just
over,
think a
like,
lot of you,
there's cut to the left. And you kind of do like a big U, so you go like up 5 miles over,
Okay, gotcha.
get on top of a ridge, and then come back.
So you're-
Chuck,
yeah,
I'm
so you're
just
near
talking
south.
a lot of you here, it connected for
yeah.
a second, now it
Okay.
says the kid not.
Yeah, that
connected to
sounds like
another section.
Keysville.
Okay.
Hey, hey.
Hey, we're up.
Awesome. Cool. I think they said they were punctually starting at 11 or 10:15.
Okay.
So sounds good.
Yeah, I'm in Sharpsburg off the battlefield that's up there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm on 3 acres. I'll have to see another human being for months in a shop. I don't want to.
That is the dream.
And I have to preempt every single conversation when I say that with I am not doing
Yeah, so where the marker is.
Oh, okay, yeah. So see where the Antietam thing is?
Yeah.
That's big.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Get it again, Chuck.
It's probably dirt cheap, right?
I mean,
Right, but like not like trying to buy anything like this one.
no, yeah, no.
Or like forget it.
But it's hardiest wells on it, so.
Oh,
Yeah, it keeps coming up,
that's,
and then it keeps
I mean, that's a
disconnecting.
$15,000 job right there.
Yeah.
To start and dig a new well.
Yeah.
Because if they miss, they charge you again.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it's $15,000 per day.
Per day,
Because if you get down in the water table, well, not where it should be,
Yeah.
they have to move.
Wait.
So,
But luckily, there's
Hold on,
geological
sir, I was
surveys.
talking to Chuck a minute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck, go ahead.
I know what you're doing.
Right, but like, it's literally in there in the contract. It's like, if we miss,
We get more money.
right,
Okay. Right, exactly. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, it does, which is weird. I don't know what that's all about. Right.
No, this is the
Yeah,
nice.
okay, but
I
yes,
saw
I'm
one
ready.
in there, yeah, I'm in here. There
Okay.
wasn't a card in the
I know. I
Thanks,
need to
Chuck.
upload the photos on my card, so I took it out.
Sorry, MC3.
But I brought it in just in case, so I think, because I figured there'd be an
Yeah.
instance
Thank
where.
you. Yeah. No. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
They decided they want us on the hill.
Sounds like they are.
Back.
Sounds like they're gonna start right on time also.
Um, no, I'm gonna do it all.
parking in front.
I guess. I don't know. Now I feel like we put our words to me. Andrew, you were here yesterday.
Did I miss anything?
You missed so much.
They weren't going to the hour.
I'm sure the kids would prefer that.
You were worried about it? You RSVP'd yesterday?
Well, I thought I had. I really didn't know.
Is anyone sitting next to you? Yeah, I find John. Send us a little warning.
That's crazy. That is a serious
Yeah, we're actually wondering where this was yesterday. Yeah, they had I was helping our public counsel make the Senate. I was helping her. I was like, oh, yeah, you have to.
1 minute.
Thanks, Owen. Oh, yeah, because I'm not, I don't think I slept last night. That's a fun. Fair enough.
All right. Amazing. Good morning, everyone. We are so glad to be with you. This Women's History Month comes amid some of the harshest attacks on women and girls that we've ever seen in Congress. Look how the Republicans are using their majority, continuing their crusade against reproductive freedom, evicting survivors of domestic violence from their homes, cutting food assistance that moms and babies depend on, soaring the cost of groceries and childcare, even defunding maternal mortality research. And I am so grateful to have such hard-fighting, unrelenting women leaders serving alongside me. It has never been so important to have them at the table, and I have been able to witness the faces of power change over the last decade. When I first got to the Hill, there were 63 Democratic women in the House. Today, we are a record-breaking 96. And I am so proud to be joined by the women that helped smash that record. I am excited for you all to get to know them. And I've asked each of them to introduce themselves and share a bit about what they're fighting for and who they're standing up for as new members of Congress. So we will start with Nellie Pooh from New Jersey.
Thank you. First of all, sorry.
Come right up.
Thank you, Whip. First of all, my name is Nellie Poe. I am the Congresswoman from New Jersey. I represent the 9th Congressional District. And let me just say that I've spent 28 years in a state legislature prior to coming to Congress, and each and every one of those years, my intention, my desire, my hope was to making sure that I work for every member of my constituents throughout. And in Congress is no different. I am here to fight the Republican agenda to ensure that we represent every one of our seniors, that we fight for the things that are so important to them, that we fight to make sure that we maintain the many services that are needed. The Medicaid changes, the Medicaid cuts, the cuts that they're doing in terms of the potential Social Security that Elon Musk keeps talking about. Those are the things that are important to me. I am fighting for every member of my community to making sure that they have livable wages. So that is what I am here to do. And for everyone, let me just say, we have a fight in front of us, and I'm here to represent that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Morrison from Minnesota's 3rd District. I want to focus on and fight back against the GOP's harmful agenda on behalf of the nearly 80 million Americans across the country who get their health care coverage through Medicaid. As a doctor who's taken care of patients for more than 20 years, it is absolutely horrifying to see Republicans sell out the health care of millions of children, families, seniors, people with disabilities, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And as the first and only pro-choice OBGYN in Congress, I'm particularly concerned about what this would mean for moms and new babies and our nation's already worsening maternal health crisis. Since Medicaid covers more than 40% of births in our country, it would be devastating. We're doing everything we can to fight this and protect Americans' families' access to the health care they need and deserve. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. I am the proud mother of 2 and a pulmonary and critical care physician, one of 6 Democratic physicians in Congress now. The cruel and corrupt Trump-Musk agenda is what we need to fight. They are stealing from the poor to pay for the rich to get richer. I've taken care of people in my district for almost 20 years, and I'm here now because I need to take care of them here where we can make an impact. They're struggling with housing, they're struggling with addiction. We know that what this agenda is trying to do is take away Medicaid, take away housing, and make it less likely that people can achieve the American dream. This partisan funding bill that we are looking at will take away Medicaid from over 200,000 Oregonians in my district and 64,000 children. Medicaid helps keep my district safe, it keeps my district healthy, and it's critical for our economy. And make no mistake, every cut
purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place these bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding en bloc.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 41.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Motion to invoke cloture. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary of State, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate resumes consideration of the following nominations, which the clerk will report.
Federal Housing Finance Agency, William Pulte of Florida to be Director.
Democrat leader.
We in a quorum? Mr. President, yesterday it was reported that Elon Musk and Doge have been pressuring the Social Security Administration to cut phone services that millions of Americans rely on to help with their benefits, to help get their benefits on Social Security. Doge knows all their claims of massive fraud within Social Security are nonsense. So what do? They're trying to cut telephone services that help the elderly and disabled people get their benefits. How cruel. How mean. Why? So some billionaires can get another tax break? This is appalling. What Doge is doing to Social Security is not government efficiency. It's cruelty. Cruelty. It's a direct attack on some of our most vulnerable people, seniors and the disabled. Social Security support lines are vital for seniors who struggle to get out of the house. Many seniors don't have the ability to drive themselves to an in-person local office, many of which are closing. And if they can visit an office in person, guess what? Doge is working on closing the local offices too. It's almost as if cruelty is the point for Doge, Elon Musk. Elon Musk and Doge are trying to drive Social Security into the ground to make it so dysfunctional they can scream about fraud and justify cutting benefits. And for what? Giving billionaires another tax break. Remember what Elon Musk said a few days ago? Most of the federal government spending is entitlements, so that's the big one to eliminate. Imagine the cruelty of the richest man in the world who's trying to sell his Teslas on the White House lawn, telling tens of millions of seniors that he wants to eliminate their benefits, that their checks are part of one big scam. Elon Musk is utterly clueless about what it means to rely on that $1,100 check that seniors need for their food or their medicines. He has no empathy, and that lack of empathy will create immense suffering for people who aren't as fortunate as he's been. That's why Doge has already pushed to close Social Security offices. They're getting ready to fire 7,000 Social Security employees, and this is just the beginning. If Doge keeps going, people could see their benefits disappear. And my Republican colleagues, are my Republican colleagues fine with these attacks against Social Security? Do they support closing Social Security offices? Do they agree with Elon Musk that Social Security is a scam? Why are they silent as Elon Musk and Doge try to take Social Security apart? I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor. The minority leader has just spoken on the floor of the United States Senate, and I would like to begin today's comments by quoting the senator from New York. Here's a quote. Senator Schumer says, "Shutting down the government over a policy difference is self-defeating." He went on to say, "It accomplishes nothing but pain and suffering for the country, and it incurs an enormous political cost to the party shutting it down." When did he say those things? Well, he said them in 2019. Well, they are as true today as they were then. Apparently, he has forgotten those things. He's forgotten the enormous suffering to the country that is caused and the political cost to the party shutting it down. So who would be the party shutting down the government if we shut down at midnight tomorrow night? Well, according to this morning's, and as I say, Mr. President, and you know this, I come to the floor often with a newspaper article, today's Washington Post, Democrats prepare to reject a bill to avert a shutdown. It's the Democrats who would be shutting down the government. Now, that's the Washington Post, clearly someone that so often sides with the Democrats. What about the liberal New York Times? What are they saying this morning? Specter of shutdown is growing as Democrats resist funding. They resist funding the government. It is the Democrats who are doing this. And then there's a picture of Senator Schumer in today's Wall Street Journal. So we've seen the Washington Post, the New York Times, and now the Wall Street Journal. Schumer signals block of funding bill. Let me go back. It accomplishes nothing, he said in 2019, but pain and suffering for the country. That's what the Democrats want, the American people to suffer now, pain and suffering, because they don't want to fund the government. They want to shut it down. As he said, it incurs enormous political cost to the party shutting it down, and that cost should be imposed upon the party shutting it down, and the party shutting it down are the Democrats in the United States Senate. In less than 48 hours, government funding expires, and Senator Schumer and his party are on the verge of shutting down the government of the United States. The deadline is looming. The Democrats now face a crucial choice. Pass the bill that has already passed the House of Representatives, fund the government, or shut it down. There is no magical third option for the Democrats or for the country. We are on the brink of, once again, a Democrat shutdown of government. Why? Because they refuse to accept that President Trump and the Republicans won the election. They hate the fact. Heard a lot of talk about how we got here. Let me set the record straight, because this shutdown has been driven and directed by the Democrats. You remember, Mr. President, last year when the Democrats were in the majority, Senator Schumer was the majority leader. Joe Biden was in the White House, president. And last year, the Senate Appropriations Committee, chaired by a Democrat, passed 11 of 12 appropriations bills. Look, I'm so grateful for the work of Senator Susan Collins of Maine, vice chairman of that committee, worked hard and led Republican efforts to get each of those bills done on time through the committee, and they produced results. Each of the bills passed the committee, bipartisan appropriations bills, strong bipartisan support, some unanimous, and these bills were all passed last summer. From the time they passed the final one of those bills, and let me just point out, Mr. Chairman, I have the list of them. July 11th, they passed military constructions, veterans affairs, agriculture, food, legislative branch. Unanimous, 27-0 in each of those passed the committee. July 25th, Commerce, Science, Justice and Science passed. Interior passed, 28-1. State and Foreign Ops passed, and Transportation. And then on August 1st, Energy and Water Development, 28-0. Defense, 28-0. Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, Financial Services, all of them passed the Appropriations Committee. Done, passed. Senator Schumer had 224 days to bring up any one of those bills on the Senate floor. He absolutely categorically refused to bring a single appropriation bill to the floor of the United States Senate when he was the majority leader, even though the bills came out unanimously and one of his own members was chairman of that committee. He ignored her. She said, take him to the floor. He refused to put a single one of those 11 appropriations bills that came out of the committee to the floor. He refused to govern, and now he wants to shut down the government. His burn the house attitude is what we're dealing with. Rule or ruin approach. It is irresponsible and it is reckless, and he's trying to lead the entire Democrats in the Senate over the cliff and hurt the American public in the process. Look, the right thing to do is to keep the government open. It costs money to shut down the government, it costs taxpayer dollars, and it costs even more to reopen the government. A government shutdown denies the American people services that they need, that they want, that they wait for. It forces our military and our border patrol to work without pay. Look, it's time to move on from the Democrats' failures. It's time to get this done, time to govern. That's what the American people elected the Republicans to do. The business of the Senate will not stop because the Democrats made for TV and made for their liberal base temper tantrums. Senate Democrats want a grandstand. We're going to continue to move deliberately and decisively and continue to work to confirm more of President Trump's well-qualified nominees. So it's the choice of the Democrats on the other side. Govern or grandstand. The American people are watching. You know, they watched a week or so ago, Mr. President, when the President of the United States addressed this joint session of Congress. The American people watched. What they saw was immature antics by the Democrats sitting there in the House chamber, waving their little paddles, refusing to applaud a young man with brain cancer, refusing to applaud families that have gone through great tragedy. It was juvenile. It was wrong. That's what the American people saw. People that were watching that presentation by the President of the United States saw a strong leader and saw a Democrat Party in disarray, acting as juveniles, and now it appears the Senate wants to do exactly the same thing by shutting down the government. The American people that watched the President address a week ago are watching today, and they know that if there is a government shutdown, as it looks like we're heading to tomorrow night, it is going to be at the deliberate direction of the Democrat Party. Thank you, Mr. President. And before yielding the floor, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Pulte nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of William Pulte of Florida to be Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call will be waived. The question is, in the sense of the Senate, the debate on the nomination of William Pulte of Florida to be Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency shall be brought to close. The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Thank you.
To shield you from the sun or the rain. The bullcrap.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, and Thune. Thank you. Mr. Marino, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kim, Rosen, Schiff, and Welch. Mr. Fetterman, no. En route. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Janes, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Gallego, aye.
Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Well, Miss Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Bozeman,
My 5-year-old already had his.
aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. I see. Ms. Warren, no.
So it felt.
Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Thought it was whatever his name is. Yeah, he did a great job.
Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
These are, in some ways, these are still private entities. They do still get to decide how they engage with their students. And as I've heard from so many students, they go into their classrooms and they're learning about movement tactics. They're learning about the 1960s and all the organizing. They're learning about the civil rights movement. We just had the anniversary of Bloody Sunday, like, you know, Bloody Monday. In this country, Bloody Sunday is Ireland. Sorry, wrong reference, but the Pettus Bridge, etc. And so students are learning these things in the classroom as a historical reference, and then when they go out and actually utilize those tactics in order to in their eyes, prevent a genocide or take an anti-war perspective or climate perspective. I mean, the thing is, what's happening at Columbia right now regarding what's happening in Gaza in the West Bank is part of a long history of student activism around Black liberation, around divesting from South Africa, from apartheid South Africa, and they're building on those traditions. And so there's a strong First Amendment protection to a lot of that action, and also these private institutions have an opportunity to choose not to exercise criminal law in that way and to actually engage with their students and engage in productive dialogue, and they have persistently chosen not to do that.
Sorry, I was a little late, so you might have touched on this, but and I'm from ABC. Can you talk a little bit anecdotally about what you're hearing from students? Have any students from Columbia reached out to you, and did that precipitate this lawsuit?
So I've been working at Columbia, well, I actually started in a Barnard case, and then a bunch of the Columbia cases came through. I've worked on encampment cases, and I've also worked on cases in front of the University Judicial Board, as well as cases in front of the Office of Institutional Equity, which was just developed over last summer, and I'm pretty convinced that that's also a response to congressional pressure, the development of that office. What I'm hearing from students is a mixture, right? And something we have to remember, most of the people that I work with and talk to at Columbia are between 18 and 24 years old, okay? They've been brutalized by police that have been brought onto their campus. They've been sprayed with some kind of chemical. They've been doxxed persistently, including by some of their professors and faculty members. Their administrators have been pulling them into offices to speak with them alone, separate from everybody, asking for names and to identify each other. They have been suspended. They've had transcripts held. They've been labeled all kinds of things that I'm sure you've seen all over the news. They're 18 to 24-year-old in movement together, standing against a war or a genocide, depending on your perspective. I take the perspective of it's a genocide from a legal perspective as well as a human one. And these students are simultaneously terrified and undeterred. And that's because they're in community with each other. They take care of each other. When students who are, as Lamia referenced, when students are unsure about what their immigration status could mean because of their activism in immigration status, and they're too afraid to leave their house, people are bringing them food. People are making sure that they are connected to the outside world. When students are being terribly doxxed and people are following them and putting cameras in their faces, students walk together in groups to protect each other. And they keep showing up anyway. And so I would say they're angry, they feel betrayed. I think they are disillusioned deeply by an institution that they went to because of its history, particularly in 1968, and because of its incredible history around divestment from apartheid South Africa. And so they feel like they've been betrayed by their institution that they chose to go to because of its activist history. They feel betrayed because they were selected to attend here in large part because of the very identities they're being punished for having now. And they're scared, terrified. I have students calling me in panic attacks. There have been multiple attempts on their own lives as students have been wrapped up in criminal cases and disciplinary cases, mental health crises, and yet they keep showing up. So there is a profound solidarity and fortitude and steadfastness that these students have, because for many of them it is their own people who are being harmed. It is people who look like them who are being harmed, people who practice the same religion that they do who are being harmed, friends, family members who are being harmed. In some cases, it's the students' religion being weaponized against others, and who are standing up as Jewish students on campus saying this does not represent me, who are also being slapped down. So these students, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing from them, and one of the most common questions that I hear over and over again is, why are they doing this to us? We're standing for peace, we're standing for justice. Why is this happening?
I just want to add, while there is a focus on Columbia, this is not just Columbia. This is institutions across the state that at least CARE New York has been involved with students who are facing disciplinary hearings, expulsion, institutions that are withholding diplomas despite the fact that students have worked hard for a number of years to earn that diploma. And what we have seen time and time again is while people of color, Muslims, Palestinians, and Arabs and South Asians have been primary targets, this is a cross-cultural, cross-faith, cross-citizenship status movement. And so we have people of all faiths, and if you look back at Columbia and the twisted narrative that some are trying to weaponize, it's simply a falsehood, because you had students of all different faiths who were connecting, peacefully assembling, and again, fighting for something that is just and fighting for peace for everyone. And those same students are taking that courage and continuously putting themselves at risk. And it's incumbent upon us as organizations, as lawyers, as law firms, to then stand in solidarity with them and say, there's still recourse, and that we will challenge the government and institutions whenever they try to make our student activists and Americans who choose to protest vulnerable as targets. Next question.
I have two questions. Columbia recently, also I'm Hogan from the Columbia Express, but Columbia recently announced some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Columbia recently announced new procedures around doxing. Do you think that's sufficient to protect students?
Does anyone know?
No.
Okay.
Can you elaborate?
In order, Columbia can put out all the policies that it wants, but unless and until those policies are matched with actions, I don't see how those policies matter. Some of you may have seen the Prem Thakur article that came out, I don't even know what day it is anymore, but recently, and you know, about Mahmoud's email to Columbia. I think Mahmoud is a prime example of how I was privy to emails where he was sent those policies. And we have a catalog of the doxing and harassment that he experienced online, and I know he experienced like physically in person as well. And it included tweets from very prominent voices, prominent organizations, tagging him and his photograph and information about him with Marco Rubio, with President Trump, with ICE, with DHS, with all of these, you know, people. And the request has always been, can you help us figure out how to take these down? Can you speak on our behalf? Can you help us navigate all of this? And, you know, handing a student a bunch of policies doesn't do that. And also, again, I have to, and this is not true of Mahmoud specifically, this is true of a lot of the other students who are going through really profound doxing and having horrific things said to them. Like, some of these students are very young and they're freaking out. And so to hand somebody a policy and say this will help you deal with being threatened with, you know, sexual violence, for example, as opposed to actually offering assistance and care, it's just not sufficient. So no.
And then my other question is just, the university has taken a stance on anti-Semitism, but hasn't taken a super clear stance on Islamophobia. What are your thoughts on that, and do you think what policies would make students feel safer on campus?
Are you comfortable talking about that? Okay. I'll let you talk about that, but I just wanted to add to your first question, the level of hypocrisy that exists with these institutions, even in pushing out a policy, when on the other end, they're willing to supply names and allow ICE agents on campus, right? It's this facade of trying to do anything for students when you're inviting NYPD's SRG to abuse students in your own buildings and on your own campus. So we can never really say these campuses are trying in any way to protect these students when they are opening up the gates of hell for these students with their own hands. Okay, do you want to go to the Islamophobia?
With respect to Columbia's stance on Islamophobia, all indications that I've seen about the rhetoric they're using to punish students, to me, demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding of Islam, of its Muslim students, and the values that it proposes. They may have policies written on their anti-discrimination policies. They are bound by those. But as Amy said, policies don't get you very far if Columbia does not act in line with them or doesn't actually show up for its Muslim students. So no.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question on international students. Do you have any travel advisory or ways that students from these communities can protect themselves if they plan on traveling and so on?
Yeah, our advice for if you're on a student visa is to not leave the country right now. That's our advice. Because we expect visa restrictions to come online at some point in the coming weeks, and we can see that the Trump administration intends to abuse its authority, whatever it interprets it as its authority, and so we expect a mess, and I think the Trump administration is a promising one. Yeah.
So the advisory is regardless of the country of origin of these students, just in general it's advised not to?
When we communicate, we're communicating with our community as Muslims, so the students that are coming here are either, that we've given that advice to are either Muslims themselves or they're from Muslim majority countries. And so we don't know what the final list will be or what the restrictions are. There were a lot of variations in it, and so if you can avoid it, our advice is to let's see what the restrictions are, and then that way you can make an informed decision about travel plans.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're also starting to hear additional reports that at entry at the airports, there has been heightened scrutiny not just of green card holders from these potential list of countries on the travel ban, but from any country about their political activism, about their advocacy in support of Palestine. We've seen U.S. citizens have this kind of questioning as well. This is not limited to that, but the harm and risk for non-citizen folks traveling regardless, especially if you're an activist right now, is significant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Dow from WPIX. Universities and campuses have long been bastions of free speech, of dialogue, of back and forth, finding yourself, finding your position. I'd like to know your opinion on the long-term impact on students willing to find themselves and their position.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today to talk about how delusional my Democratic colleagues have tried to poison our country's young people with what I call a woke mind virus. Before I got in politics, I spent 40 years working with young people from the high school level to the college level. Higher education, we call it. I coached, recruited, and mentored young people all over the country, thousands of them. I saw firsthand how hard work and a quality education can change a person's life, no matter where they come from, what they look like, or how much money they have. I used to tell my players that if they work hard, there's no limit to what they can achieve. It's called the American dream. Our founders came here because they envisioned a country where the sky is the limit and people aren't bound by the circumstances that they were born in. But, unfortunately, the Biden administration and the Democrats have spent the last 4 years communicating a much darker message to our young people. You know, this country was founded on merit. But instead of focusing on hiring the best and brightest, Biden, Harris, Obama, and the woke mind virus Democrats have spent the last 4 years dividing our country based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, or better known to all of us called DEI. This poisonous ideology says that people should be hired based on their skin color or sexual preference, not because of how they might do in a job. And to make matters worse, the Biden administration used $1 trillion American taxpayer dollars to pay for DEI programs in the federal government. $1 trillion. You heard that right. American taxpayers are footing the bill, and they were paying for things that were racist, divisive, and woke. A woke propaganda. So, I don't know about you, I want a refund. I want my money back. We all pay taxes. Why in the world would we do that? Let's call DEI what it really is, a fundamentally racist, prejudiced, and anti-American ideology that is designed to divide and oppress people. Exactly what it is. It's baffling to me how Democrats don't see this, or do they? They claim to be a very tolerant, inclusive party rooted in equality. But as we have all learned, Democrats are only tolerant as long as you agree with them. I thought we left the stain of discrimination and race-basing hiring practice behind in our country a long, long time ago, but apparently not. It's clear that Democrats would rather divide Americans based on their race, gender, creed, or sexual orientation than live in a world where people are hired based on intellect, experience, work ethic, and merit. What a thought. So let's set the record straight. This country owes you nothing except for the opportunity to succeed. That's what's great about this country. And if you don't succeed, you can get back up and go again. We're the only country that allows that. For generations, Americans understood this, all Americans. An opportunity to pursue your dreams, to use your God-given talents to contribute to making this country the greatest place to live in the world. I've always said this, if you were born in the United States of America, you hit the lottery, 100%. And I guarantee you, the other 7 billion people in this world would give anything to take the place of any of us, from the poorest to the richest. My new granddaughter of just 2 weeks, Rosie Grace, if there's any one thing I can teach her as a grandfather, it's the value of hard work and determination. There's nothing that takes the place of that. Nothing. With a strong work ethic and a commitment to excellence, opportunities will open up for her or anybody to live a happy, successful life, and that's all a grandfather like me now can ask for. Hard work and determination. So what kind of message is it that if we're teaching our young people that they are victims of their circumstances and the American dream is only for people who have a certain skin color? That's the opposite of the American dream. But Democrats don't care one bit about that. Not one bit. I've listened to it for 4 years. Obama started a horrible trend that Democrats carry on to this day. He used racism to divide the Americans and politically enrich themselves. Look at the money they've made. The woke mind virus has taken hold of them. They've lost their ever-loving mind. They'd rather promise racism and promote it, sexism, divisiveness, than support solutions that empower, unify, or uplift our country and our people. Democrats are obsessed with hating this country and tearing it apart. They want a different United States of America. Doesn't matter if it is anything that's pro-American or pro-traditional values. It doesn't matter. Democrats will attack it, and demonize us for supporting it. These people have zero respect for human life. They have known their true colors in the past. They have shown their true colors in the past few years, ever since Roe Wade was overturned, which sent abortion back to the states where it could be voted on by the people instead of politicians. They have raised Cain. Since then, Democrat politicians have said the quiet part out loud, admitting that they think there should be no limits to abortion. How can you believe that? That means that they're okay with aborting a baby at 9 months of pregnancy. Former Virginia Governor Ralph Norman, a Democrat, said that he supports post-after-birth abortions. Are you kidding me? And other Democrats, like Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, remember him? Flash in the pan, signed a law to allow abortions after birth. Signed a law in Minnesota, abortions after birth. What do they do with that? They cut these babies up and sell the body parts. It's never talked about too much, is it? Can you believe that this is who the Democrats picked as their vice presidential candidate? I can believe it. That means that in Minnesota, a doctor can kill a baby after he or she is born right there on the delivery table. It's evil, and it's absolutely sick. But it isn't just babies Democrats have no respect for. They also have gone out of the way to attack women and girls. Just last week, every single Democrat in this body voted against my bill to protect women and girls in sports. Oh, we've got to give these transitional boys an opportunity to participate, really? How about giving fairness to young girls and women the opportunity to compete at a level that they're in? Give them an opportunity, not to play for second or third, but play for first. How about that? The woke mind virus has struck again. Democrats who claim to be pro-women would rather protect a few transgender people than protect the millions of women and girls who make up half of this country. Oh, we got to be nice. We got to be nice to everybody. No, we need a mental health program in this country. It's what we need. Democrats who claim to be pro-women would rather protect a few transgender people than protect the entire country of women and girls. It's backwards, it's disgusting, it's downright wrong. You'd have to be dumber than a box of rocks to celebrate this, but that's what they did. They celebrated the handful of transgenders participating women. Oh, we knocked it down because it was supported by Donald Trump, who wrote out an executive order protecting women and girls. Thank you, President Trump. By the way, 79% of Americans and 67% of Democrats support that men do not compete against women. Huge majority. But every single one of my Democrat colleagues went against their constituents and voted against this common sense bill to protect women and men out of women's sports. Democrats, basically, are hypocrites, big time. They claim to be pro-woman, but allow men to dress up as women and take rights away from actual women. When we saw this firsthand during the Biden administration, when they had actual drag shows at the White House, made me sick at my stomach. But the hypocrisy doesn't end there. Democrats celebrate when Hamas protectors violently attack Jewish students, but they demonize and imprison pro-life activists who peacefully protest outside an abortion clinic. Whose side are you on? Democrat colleagues say they are pro-choice, but choose and lose their minds if a parent dares to ask a question about vaccines, for instance. I mean, they go off the deep end. We talk about vaccines. They claim they are the party of decency. Really? Tolerance. Are you kidding me? But turn a blind eye to multiple Democratic mayors being arrested of being pedophiles. Yes, that's what I said, pedophiles. The former Democrat mayor of University Park, Maryland, was arrested and charged in 2024 with 28 counts of possessing and soliciting child pornography. In jail, 24. Mayor, right down the street. The year before, 2023, a different Democrat mayor was the one from College Park, Maryland, pleaded guilty to 140 counts of possessing and distributing child sexual abuse images. Mayor, leader, Democrat, believes in the way of life for the Democratic Party, a pedophile. So, 2 Democratic mayors in Maryland have been arrested in the past 2 years for pedophilia. You can't make it up. The woke mind virus strikes again. I've yet to hear a single floor speech from my Maryland Democratic colleagues about this catastrophe. A leader caught doing this. They don't care. It doesn't bother them. They seem to find plenty of time to criticize President Trump every time he breathes, but they don't worry about pedophilia. How about we all speak out about it? I have yet to see them take the time to condemn multiple elected officials from their state who have been arrested and contributed to all this child pornography. It's sad, but we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats only pretend to care about the oppressed or the most vulnerable among when it benefits their agenda. After all, it was Democrats in the states like California and Washington who introduced bills to change the term, the name of it, sex offenders, to minor attracted persons. Well, you're not a sex offender anymore. If you beat up a little child, molest a child, you're a minor attracted persons. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, okay? So what a joke. It makes me sick again in my stomach. If it wasn't for the re-election of President Trump on November the 5th, I really don't know whether we'd have made it. Our country was headed straight to the gutter. Straight to the gutter. I mean, just listen to all this. It makes no sense. Now we have common sense, trying to get common sense back into our country. We have to push for it. Thanks to President Trump and the ideas he's brought back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This administration is working around the clock to get this woke crap out of our government. Our military, out. Classrooms, out. Get back to teaching our kids. President Trump is committed to abolishing the U.S. Department of Education, a federal agency that has failed our students for the past 40 years that I've been in education, and especially under Joe Biden and Barack Obama. President Trump believes, and is correct, that our young people are the country's most important, precious commodity that we have. They are the future. He understands that under President Biden, the Department of Education allowed radical left-wing teachers to push radical, hateful ideologies onto our kids. We don't need opinion teaching. We need to teach reading, writing, math, science, and history. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving them a chance? Because they have ruined the lives of thousands of young people because they've indoctrinated them. You had drag shows that were being performed recently in elementary schools. I mean, in my day, you'd have been arrested for that. Woke anti-American curriculum taught kids to hate each other. Actually in classroom, teaching them, hey, you hate them because of who they are, where they're from, what skin color they are, absolutely a crime. Schools help children secretly transition genders behind the parents' back. Oh, you want to transition? You're 8 years old, don't tell your parents, we'll get it all set up for you. Mind-boggling. The woke mind virus has struck again. All of this, by the way, on the taxpayer's dime. You're paying for it. Meanwhile, we're 26th in the world in math, we're 6th in reading. That's simply not good enough for the most powerful country in the world. When I coached and recruited, I was shocked if anybody was over a 9th grade reading level. That's everybody. I don't care what color, where they're from, urban, rural. If you can't read, you can't learn. If If you can't learn, you're going to end up working for somebody or just scraping to try to make a living. But instead of teaching our kids to read and write, the Department of Education under Joe Biden became ground zero for woke indoctrination. All they were concerned about was bowing to the teachers' unions. You heard that, teachers' unions. Teaching our kids to hate this country, its government, our Constitution, and each other. What are we doing? Thankful President Trump is sending education back to the states where it belongs. I've advocated this for the last 20 years. Just this week, the Department of Education announced it was firing more than 1,000 people right down the street. Thank goodness. They hadn't been doing anything. They've been working from home. And what they do, we can do it back in the States a lot better, and we can use that money to educate kids. What an idea. Good, the Federal Department of Education needs to be completely shut down. It's not done yet, but we just got started. I've been saying it for a long time. We can't have a one-size-fits-all, top-down approach to education. You know, I'm from Alabama. We teach kids a little bit different because we're a different environment, rural area, 60%, farmers, agriculture, and all those things. We don't teach the same things that you would teach in Chicago or New York. Send it back to the states, let them control it, let them teach our kids to have a chance in the future. Each child is totally different. You know, the federal government can't do that. I hadn't figured out in my 4 years here yet what we can do. But at least we're figuring out, hey, it's not working here, close it down, quit spending money and send it back to the states. Which is why President Trump's plan to empower the states makes all the sense in the world. But of course, Democrats don't believe in common sense. They are the only concerned about we have to control this. Because they know that if they don't control education, education is the number one thing we have in this country going for us. If you take that away, everything else goes. If they can't control education, they won't be able to infect the minds of all these young kids across the country. They want them to think that the Constitution's bad, that government is really bad, that their parents are bad, that you ought to listen to us. You know, a spoonful of common sense goes a long way. So let me sum this up for you. Merit-based hiring is the only way to make a business successful, merit-based. When I coached, I had to win games or I was gone. I didn't care who they were when they played for me. I didn't care whether rich, poor, rural, urban, black, white. It didn't make me a dime of difference. Put the best ones on the field. They were going to earn it. That's how this country should be run. But that's the difference between my Republican side and my colleagues on the left. They want everything given. It ain't going to work, folks. We're not going to have the country we had the opportunity to grow up in if we continue down that path. So merit-based, men are men, women are women. Men cannot get pregnant, by the way. I know they can tell you that all they want, but I learned that very, very young in life, but evidently my Democratic colleagues didn't learn that. Protecting women and girls in sports is the right thing to do. Allowing elementary schoolers with undeveloped brains to get irreversible sex change procedures makes absolutely no sense. It's evil and sadistic. Teaching kids to hate each other based on what they look like, folks, that's racist. And that's exactly the direction that the Biden administration was going. Children shouldn't be forced to watch drag shows. If you're an adult, you can do what you want in this country, but forcing this woke agenda on kids is downright wrong. Making taxpayers pay for abortions in the military, wrong, against the law, but they did it anyway. I fought it for a year. I lost out in the end, but you know what? It was worth the fight. Pedophilia is straight from the pit of hell. And no, these aren't minor attracted persons. These creeps, they're criminals, and they're sick in the head. And I thank God every day for President Trump and the return of common sense in this country. Hope some of my Democrat colleagues will wake up to how the past 4 years of this woke ideology has poisoned our country, and especially our young people. Folks, we got a long way to go. Long way to go. Our future is in the hands of our kids. Let's give that future back to our kids. Let's educate them, put them on the right track, teach them the Constitution, teach them that we have a higher being in God. Put that back in our schools. What a thought that would be. But stay away from our young kids and let them have a chance to develop. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, a lot has changed in Washington, D.C. in the last 6 weeks. That is an understatement, perhaps. But one of the things that President Trump has done is shifted the Overton window when it comes to the People's Republic of China. Years ago, when the Clinton administration invited China to join the World Trade Organization, the idea behind that was that somehow communist China would change with being part of the rules-based international order. Well, of course, we know China doesn't follow the rules and has taken advantage of the United States for decades. But under President Trump, that will no longer be the case. For example, last month, the White House announced its America First investment policy, which will be critical for holding China to account. One of the avenues that China has exploited to gain the upper economic hand is through both inbound and outbound flows of capital. By investing in U.S. companies, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party can obtain access to intellectual property and know-how. And, of course, they have no shame. Again, they don't play by the rules. They are not afraid to cheat or steal our technology, if it's possible. On the other side of the coin, U.S. investments from the United States are flowing into China and have for a long time. In 2020, one estimate was that the market value of U.S. investments in China were valued at more than $1 trillion. Now, the reason why that's important is that China has used that investment to build their economy and their military. It's allowed them to advance technologies that one day might be used against the United States. So I'm very glad that President Trump, by his executive order, has brought this issue from the back burner to the front. It's no secret to any of my colleagues that I've been working on this issue for a while now. I was proud to partner with President Trump during his first administration to update CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. This interagency committee reviews foreign investments and real estate transactions to determine whether they pose any security risks for the United States. Through the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, or what was known as FIRMA, we strengthened and modernized CFIUS to rise to the occasion of new threats coming from the People's Republic of China. The President's first American investment policy builds on this by directing CFIUS to restrict PRC investments in U.S. tech, agriculture, energy, raw materials, and more. But as Chinese companies get richer and richer from American investment, it's clear restricting inbound investment is not enough. We need to prevent the People's Republic of China from using capital investments by the United States to gain access to and copy our technological advances, and most importantly, in certain critical sectors. As of 2023, the United States and investors were investing close to $2 billion in Chinese critical technology sectors, including semiconductors, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. A report from the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission noted that, quote, the United States is the most important foreign source of investment to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI in China. Let me say that again. The United States is the most important foreign source of investment in China to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI. So it's these investments, which are largely opaque to we as policymakers, that are helping China basically compete with us. And we know, of course, it's not just about economic competition. We know that China has a strategy of military-civil fusion, which means that these investments are not simply benefiting China's economy and consumer tech sector, they are directly helping build China's military strength. It's not too dramatic to say that as I stand here, U.S. dollars are funding the development of technologies that could one day be used against Americans, potentially even to kill Americans or American troops. Inbound and outbound investments are simply two sides of the same coin. We can't be giving away all of our intellectual property and our incredible innovation for Chinese companies to copy at will. And we can't be giving them the capital to recreate our ideas or reverse engineer and then use them against us. How can we expect to outcompete our most significant competitor on the world stage if we're sending billions of dollars directly into their arsenal? President Trump has been a great partner with Congress on ending this exploitive relationship with China. Again, this is not dealing with another country on the basis of good faith and a knowledge that everybody is operating from the same set of rules and norms. China does not. And we've recognized that more recently, but it's important to reemphasize because some people, I think, still naively assume that China operates by the same rules that the United States does. So I'm glad the President is as excited as I am to finish the job that we started with CFIUS reform. Today, I'm proud to announce I'm introducing legislation to finally tackle this issue called the Foreign Investment Guardrails to Help Thwart China Act, or the acronym is FIGHT China. 2 years ago, I sponsored an amendment to the NDAA requiring transparency for these outbound investments. It passed the Senate overwhelmingly with a final bipartisan vote of 91-6. We don't see many votes here in the Senate these days where there's such strong bipartisan support, so I'm grateful for that. Regrettably, even in the face of such overwhelming consensus, this amendment did not make its way into the final version of the bill for reasons I won't dwell on now, but as my colleagues can attest, I'm not one to give up easily, and this issue is simply too important to American national security to take no for an answer. So I've continued to work with great partners in the House and the Senate and the Trump administration to continue to make progress on this and bring us to where we are today. The legislation we're introducing today has been the culmination of years' work, and I believe it's stronger as a result of the input and the collaboration that's occurred. The Fight China Act will establish a program at the Department of Treasury to prohibit U.S. investments in certain sensitive technologies in the PRC. Now, some people may say, well, if you stop all U.S.-based investment in China, that's a big problem. But we're not talking about that. I could care less how many Starbucks or Burger Kings are built in China. It only addresses certain of the most sensitive technologies. These include advanced semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and hypersonics. And of course, all of these have a military application. So this is not just an economic question, this is a national security issue. We know all of these critical industries directly support the Chinese military. And this is a military that's been instructed
to happen in their household. For mothers and daughters or sons and husbands and what have you, they will have to consider having to change in what their
country safe and the American people safe. This legislation will authorize the President to impose sanctions against any PRC entity that engages in PRC military or intelligence sectors. I want to express my gratitude to our colleagues People like Senators Cortez Masto, Warren, Banks, Slotkin, Ricketts, Bennett, Hagerty, Kim, McCormick, Schumer, Sullivan, and Fetterman, and others for their partnership on this legislation. I especially want to recognize the chairman of the Banking Committee that has principal jurisdiction over this subject matter, Senator Tim Scott, and thank him for working with me and co-sponsoring this legislation. Last but not least, President Trump has been a great partner to see this project to the finish line. Everything we are doing here is working hand in glove with the administration to ensure that the People's Republic of China is not allowed to meddle with the United States under the guise of simply doing business. But time is running short. We know China, as I said, has an interest in reincorporating Taiwan as early as 2027, not 2 years from now. Now is not the time to continue to allow them access to copy all of our work, and particularly the most sensitive areas. Nor is it a time to allow them to continue to benefit from U.S. investment dollars now that they are no longer a developing country, but they are one of the most advanced economies in the world and certainly a rising military power. We know that China, Iran, and Russia have conducted joint naval drills in the Middle East called the Maritime Security Belt 2025. These exercises took place in the Gulf of Oman near the strategic Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf through which a fifth of all crude oil traded in the world passes. This is an ominous sign. And we know that they're strengthening their cooperation together in a way to undermine and challenge the West, including the United States. The last thing the United States should be doing is to join this cooperation by investing in the Chinese military. And that includes not just the government of the United States, but all Americans and American businesses and investors. So the President has been right to highlight this growing threat, and I look forward to continuing to work with President Trump and Secretary Bessent to ensure that U.S. dollars no longer are able to help build the Chinese military and line the pockets of the country that's working to undermine the international rules-based order and the United States first and foremost. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Senator from North Carolina.
Just last week, in my home state of North Carolina, narcotics investigators
The Senate is in a quorum call.
asked to officiate the quorum.
Without objection. Proceed.
Mr. President, just last week in my home state of North Carolina, narcotics investigators from the Iredell County Sheriff's Office and the Gaston Police Department seized 5 pounds of fentanyl that was in possession of an illegal alien. It was enough to kill over 1 million people. That's nothing short of a weapon of mass destruction. Now, the reality is that's not just a public health crisis. It's a nightmare that is destroying families, shattering communities, and devastating our country. On average, 9 North Carolinians die every single day from fentanyl overdoses. Enough fentanyl claims nearly 200 lives across every day. Fentanyl claims 200 lives across our country. And just last year, this silent killer took more than 70,000 Americans. But they're not just numbers. These are sons and daughters, their parents, and siblings. These are our friends and our neighbors. These are people who should be living full, meaningful lives, but instead have become statistics. So let's put this into perspective. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, similar to 7 grains of salt, it's enough to kill a person. Just if it's a sugar packet and you pour it in your morning coffee and it were to be filled with fentanyl, it could take the lives of 500 people. The quantity equal to a sugar packet. Now, if it was a standard 4-pound bag of granulated sugar, the kind that we all have in our pantries, if it were filled with fentanyl, it would wipe out 905,000 individuals. This deadly drug, it's flooding our communities, and it's not by accident. When I talk to law enforcement across all 100 counties in North Carolina, I repeatedly hear the same alarming message. Every single county is a border county. Now, North Carolina is roughly 1,000 miles from the southern border, yet the fentanyl pouring into our country, it knows no distance and no boundaries. This is a direct consequence of the Biden administration's reckless open border policies that allowed the drug cartels to exploit our immigration system and to flood our communities with illegal drugs. President Trump, however, is taking necessary steps to restore our border, restore order, and dismantle the criminal networks profiting off of human suffering. But the consequences of President Biden's open borders and lack of action to mitigate the fentanyl crisis in our country remain the deadly reality facing our communities every day. This was not just a failure of policy by the previous administration. It was a betrayal of the American people to put political agendas over our public safety. Now, even in the face of these staggering losses, Democrats continue to block bipartisan efforts to dismantle the criminal networks fueling the crisis. They refuse to support measures that would cut off the supply, crack down on traffickers, and strengthen our border security. So I ask my colleagues, how many more lives are you willing to sacrifice before standing up and saying enough? We can't afford to turn a blind eye to the sobering reality and traumatic consequences of this crisis. We need to make our streets safer, and we need to do it right now. That's why I proudly stand with my colleague, Senator Cassidy, in supporting the Halt Fentanyl Act. It's a common sense, bipartisan legislation that will give law enforcement the tools they need to close loopholes and stop criminals from evading the law by simply doing 2 things. First, permanently classifying fentanyl and related substances under Schedule 1. And second, increasing the sentences for fentanyl traffickers. This bill has already passed the House with strong bipartisan support, and now it's time for the Senate to do the same. So let's secure our streets, let's stop the flow of fentanyl, let's protect the American people, and let's do it before another innocent life is lost. I yield the floor. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kessler nomination.
Without objection.
President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The question is on the nomination.
The yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Hyde-Smith, Mullen, and Schmidt. Senators voting in the negative: Kelly and Rosen. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye.
about America first? How about America first? How about the United States of America first? How about that? So great.
Free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crime! Not another nickel! Not another dime! No more money for Israel's crime!
A lot to say, but you won't show your face. Come on. Show the university.
Free, free Palestine!
Show mommy and daddy. Show mommy and daddy your face.
Free Palestine!
Mommy and daddy want to see your face. We're so proud
Free,
of you.
free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Everybody wants to say this and that,
Free,
but nobody will
free
go there.
Palestine!
Because they help mothers and daddies and children are suffering.
Free Palestine!
But they won't go there. They'll just stay in New York.
Free Palestine! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Come for one! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all! Face us all! Free Mahmoud! Free them all!
So you've got a big mouth thing, the rest of the Senate box. Look at that. Nice and quiet. No more screaming, no more yelling. We got 18,000 people on with us right now. Thank you so much for streaming to the midnight. Midnight Watch Party. Last night we had 250,000 people on the line. Thank you so much for promoting this episode. We're talking about the birthday out of the Philippines. Right now we're in New York City. We are live. We are at Fifth Avenue. We are at Trump Plaza, New York City.
Not in our name, not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name, not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name, not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name, not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime. Not in our name. Not on our dime. No more money for Israel's crime.
50s when they're driving through New York City. Governor Hochul, that bum. Can't wait to get rid of you. Oh, anyway, you was cheating. You are one of the hottest TikTok platforms right now. Everybody has the rest of it. And teach them a lesson. That America will have to come first. That's the bottom line. Protest, scream all you want. If you're not screaming, let's go America, then you are screaming that you are basically a traitor to this country. And we have zero tolerance for that. So, we'll make more arrests over here. Let's see. What's amazing is I've been doing this a long time. All these kids know who I am. And nobody fucks with me because they know we stand for humanity. But we don't stand for the bullshit of what's going on here. And this is another lesson. There's no lesson left. Here we go. Yeah. How about free yourself? Yeah. Free Palestine. Let's go, pal. Woo. Fuck with them until they arrest you. Just fuck with them until they arrest you, pal. There you go. Make your day perfect. You'll get arrested. Those people. Watch your back. Stay on the sidewalk. Everybody happy? What a great day.
Where are you going? You can't go here.
Good direction. Up the block. Yeah, go up the block and around.
İki aldı içeriye. Geri çıkarttı.
Am I on the way? Not right now. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
College students in uproar, what's going on, so it's absolutely incredible. I cannot believe that these kids, instead of going to school and getting an education, they're standing up for a minimum that caused chaos on the street at the campus at Columbia University. But there's definitely people in this. He's on the list now of things that he...
Excuse me, sir. Done my shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta walk up to 6th Avenue. You can't go any further here. You gotta go to 6th Avenue.
There goes the next bus that they arrested. All those children died. See you later. Yeah, was it worth it? Victoria, was it worth it to support this one kid? Disgusting. The one thing about like yourself and children that are vulnerable, that they can't do. But the protesters out Sorry, Midnight. How are you, pal? Trump Plaza, Free Palestine, Free the Kid, Free the Colombian student that was supporting the organization that got arrested. It's absolutely insane what's going on. Over they infiltrated Trump Tower at Fifth Avenue. Now we all these college kids getting arrested. Yep. But anyway, I'm going to take the next guest. If you don't know about the topic, you can't stay. Thanks, pal. All right. Yeah, next we'll let you come in. It's only going to get worse. Danny B, let's go. You off to where? Hey, Danny, you stream live at midnight. How are you? Thank you. So, of course, we have to speak in code because we're going to keep the live going. But this is all about the arrest of the student over the teacher over at Columbia University that was supporting all the antagonistic protesting last year, and ICE just arrested him. What do you think about that? What about you? Yep. I love it. So, hey, guess what? So is the Jewish community. We've always been Democrat. Not anymore, baby. Not anymore. Sending so much love to you, man. Thanks, Danny. Take it out. Get him out. What do you think, Lenny? Yeah, exactly.
Vote for one, racism! Free the food, free the law! Free the food, free the law! Vote for one, racism! Free the food, free the law! Racism! Free the food, free the law! Racism! Free the food, free the law!
Not you.
Free the food, free the law!
Get a job!
Yeah, right. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. You happy?
Yeah, I know.
You did good. Grandpa, I'm so proud of you. Your grandson is so proud of you. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. For what? Forget that America's got to come first. Be ashamed. You should be ashamed, sir. You should be ashamed, sir. You should be ashamed, sir. You should think about the mommies and the children that are suffering, not the organizations. The mommies, the daddies, the children, the babies that didn't ask for this war. That's who you should be thinking. That's who you should be thinking about. Not terrorist organizations. You should be ashamed of yourself. ashamed of yourself, sir. It's not about who human rights. October 7th happened. October 6th happened. Anyway. We're going to let somebody, Rose, we're going to let you in. You know, it's disgusting to watch this happen. You know, it's disgusting to watch citizens of the United States of America, you know, get compromised and radicalized by the bullshit in their lives. Anyway, Rose, you're streaming live at the midnight. How are you? We're in New York right now. If you don't know what's going on in this live, then we gotta let you go. Yeah, Philippines will be tonight. No. Yeah, we're in New York City, Trump Plaza, it's in Trump Tower. Thank you, Rose. Call back tonight. Anyway, if you, I'm going to let you in. If you don't know what's going on here, please don't come to the box. So this is only for people that understand what's happening. Let's see if we can get some patriots. Any patriots? We go Jimmy Twin. That's the face of turning your back on America. America, to these people, did not come first. They go right down the line and show everybody here. Show their face, expose who they are. The elderly, young, college students, moms, dads, grandpas, grandmothers, who thought that it was a better idea to speak on behalf of a horrible terrorist organization. Not for the children, not for the women, not for the babies who are suffering, but for the people that caused this, which is an atrocity. We got, how many people in the studio? We got 11,000 people on with us, 2.2 rolling right now. And this is absolutely amazing what's happening. You know, just take pictures, snap the pictures. Casualties of war later. At least you're not wearing a mask. At least you're honorable to show your face and not wear a mask. There you go. You got more balls than all those people right there. That, at least that I can respect. That guy right there. Brown, right? Some captain now? Arrested. Arrested for today. Look at that man right there, arrested for today. These are all people that are arrested for today. See if we get a good shot. Arrested for today. And then we praise the NYPD. We praise the NYPD. How hard they work tirelessly to fix this guy, to fix this most beautiful city in the world.
This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the primary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
We've got 22,000 people on this live. Thank you for joining in. You're at the Midnight 123 on TikTok. We are one of the fastest growing platforms on TikTok. And we are grateful that we happen to find this movement here so we can bring this to you. As tonight we're going to be talking about Duterte in the Philippines as he's been arrested, present there.
Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living. Stop the bombs and the killing. Fight like hell for the living.
Fake news, it's unbelievable. Now look at their situation, they're all being arrested. They're traitors to the country. They're all traitors to the United States of America. There you go. She can't even free herself. She wants to free Palestine, but she can't even free herself.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river.
And by the way, if you enjoy this platform, thank you so much for the kids keep me going. Everything is thank you for the support. I will show you all the issues. Free the brunette. Free the brunette. It's amazing. This is the look. That's what a traitor to the United States of America looks like. Right here. That's what a traitor looks like to the United States of America. We want to free a person that caused chaos at the Liberty University. That's what they want to do. But he's been arrested. He's in detention in Louisiana with ICE. And he'll be deported for the atrocities he caused to our students. The fear he put into Liberty University students last year. And we knew this was going to happen. And we will say thank you to Donald Trump for making this happen. Our president, our leader, we will step up any day, any time in our life. We will fight for Donald Trump. We will not fight for Joe Biden administration. As we believe they turn back on my family and we turn back on yours. Yes. The midnight, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, but we're absolutely we'll be doing this all day, all night, and we're not stopping. And we will stay here all the way through until the last kid is on that bus and taking the hell out of here. Right? Is that it? Take him out! Get him out! Get him out! Get the traitors on the bus and get them out. Those you are traitors to the United States of America, get on the bus, you're arrested, get out. Thank you to the NYPD Blue for protecting the city every day. We love every single one of you. We support you, we love you, and thank you. Or their child is compromised. All of a sudden, please help me. My daughter's been taken. My son has been taken. We need your help. But the back, the big mouth's back there. Oh, we don't need the police. Oh, we don't side with the police. But if something happens to you, you're on a train. You get compromised. The first thing you say is, oh, we're going to police help me. Our daughters go, our son, we'll just like them and our communities. Not when we don't see what's going on. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's got to be American, no matter what. 55 years old Jewish, I've been through all this fucking racism my whole fucking life. I understand bodies and marriages and children. Those are the ones that should be worked out for. Not the pieces of garbage that they support. It's disgusting. It's atrocity. Thousands of people have lost their lives.
Yeah, they're going to do the last you were there. Oh, going?
Yes, someone might believe it. Okay.
I think it is in the other corner, though. All right.
So much hatred for these guys. So much hatred for these guys. Not only the cops protect us. Go watch the videos. Go watch it. Go watch the videos. Lies. Lies. They're not killed officers. That's okay. Sitting down doing nothing. Tell me on the street. 18,000 people. How's that feel? Palestine should absolutely be free. We'll stay on for a little bit longer just in case something comes up. Can you step back a little bit, please? Back. Starting October 11th. And the bodies of the children and the babies of residents suffer. I believe that if they could do so over, they would not be spoken to. Anyway, respect. That's what it is. The law and order, respect. Switching around, those things are happening again. Hold on a second. Yeah,
sidewalk, this sidewalk. Yeah, no. No, but they with camera, and that's it. No, yeah, sorry. Folks, the streets are open up.
cheer to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, what happened with Europe. If you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies and also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe, I mean virtually no cars, and they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my cases that I won. They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does, and I blame past presidents, to be honest. Because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID, I would have been able to finish the process. But we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job. But the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit, there's a whole new light over this country and really over the world. Because you have somebody that, a whole group of people really, because I talk about this whole group, that we know what we're doing and a lot of great things are happening. But I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy, what's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world, so global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy-producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the U.S. The spirit of that group is through the roof because now they realize that in the United States that President Trump's policies are pro-developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro-growth, pro-business, pro-energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace. Because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end. And we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies. And President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news. And that's going to that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up. And then they went immediately back to them but by that time they lost it. They lost that Bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows, it means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was an elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They wanted to do it for years and years. And it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England, because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy, by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area, it's actually a very poor area, will create jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world, they say. New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. Not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, some people question. Thank you, Mr. President. Greenland. What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially to
Well, I think it'll happen. And I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
There's an
Thank
issue
you
in the
very
high
much.
north, so the Arctic, so what you did. So when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the high north and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of icebreakers. So the fact that the outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries working together on this under US leadership is very important to make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe. And we know things are changing there, and we have to be there.
Well, we just had an election there the other day. Do you see a referendum, a plebiscite, where the people of Greenland would be in a position to decide if they want to become part of the United States?
Yeah, it was a good election for us, as you know. It was not a referendum. It wouldn't be called that. It was an individual election. But the person that did the best is a very good person, as far as we're concerned. And so we'll be talking about it, and it's very important. Mark mentioned the word icebreaker. So we've ordered, we're in the process of ordering 48 icebreakers. And Canada wants to know if they could use them. I said, well, you know, you got to pay for them. Think of it, Canada. We pay for their military. You know, Canada pays very little for their military because they think we're going to protect them. But even with the icebreakers, so we're going to order 48, and Canada wants to be part of the deal. I say, you got to get your own icebreakers. I mean, if you're a state, you can be part of the deal, but if you're a separate country, you've got to get your own icebreakers. Russia, as you know, has about 40 of them, and we have one big icebreaker, but that whole area is becoming very important, and for a lot of reasons, the routes are, you know, very direct to Asia, to Russia, and you have ships all over the place, and we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that, and Denmark is not able to do that. You know, Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens? A boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is, actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So, don't answer that, Pete. Don't answer that question. But we have bases, and we have quite a few soldiers in Greenland.
Mr. President, simple question, your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Same amount of money?
Well, I think they
same
made
amount
a
of
great
troops?
step by putting Mark in charge. I think, to me, that's a great step, because he and I have seen eye to eye on everything for a long time. We've been doing this a long time now.
9 years now.
And so that's a great step. You have to keep NATO strong. You have to keep it relevant. But the biggest thing we have to worry about right now is what's going on right now. I think the rest is going to take care of itself. I don't see this happening. This was a fluke. This was something that, if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at, he signs by auto pen. Who was signing all this stuff by auto pen? Who would think you signed important documents by auto pen? You know, these are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by auto pen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So, should have never happened.
Tomorrow with the Justice Department about law and order. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're going to be with the Justice Department. We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic, and Todd Blanche, and Emil, you got to know him a little bit. He was acting for a little while. And some other people are incredible in the Justice Department, and I consider the FBI to be a part of it in a sense, and Cash is going to be fantastic, and all the people. Dan Bongino, I love that. I mean, I love that. I think Dan is great. I think we have unbelievable people, and all I'm going to do is set out my vision. It's going to be their vision, really, but it's my ideas, and basically we don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut. So I look forward to that. That'll be tomorrow at the Justice Department.
Mr. President, you are a man of peace. You said it several times, and you made it very clear. A man of peace dealing with belligerent people. Yeah. And I'm thinking, we saw how you handled Zelensky in this very own room. What is your leverage on Putin? Are you thinking sanctions? What if he refuses to?
Well, I do have leverage, but I don't want to talk about leverage now, because right now we're talking to him, and based on the statements he made today, they were pretty positive, I think. So I don't want to talk about that. I hope Russia's going to make the deal too. And I think once that deal happens, you're never going to be in a process. I don't think they're going back to shooting again. I really believe if we had if we get a peace treaty, a ceasefire treaty, I think that leads to peace. That's going to really lead to peace. I don't think anyone wants to go back. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's vicious and violent. And I think if President Putin agrees and does a ceasefire, I think we're going to be in very good shape to get it done. We want to get it over with. That's why it was very important what I instructed everybody, including Steve, what we're looking for, to discuss concepts of land, concepts of power plants, because it's complicated. You know, you have you're sort of creating the edge of a country. The sad part is that country, if this didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't know if they would have to give anything back. I guess Crimea, you know, I said it last time, Crimea was given by Obama. Biden gave him the whole thing, and Bush gave him Georgia. And Trump didn't give him anything. I gave him, you know what I gave him? I gave them javelins. And the javelins were very effective, as you know. I gave them nothing.
2019.
And then also, if you take a look, I was the one that stopped the pipeline going into Europe. It was totally stopped. Nord Stream 2, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 before I came along. But I got along very well with President Putin. I got along with most of them. I get along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un. I got along great with all of them. And we had no wars, we had no problems. We wiped out ISIS in record time. General Raisin Kane, and he wiped them out, and he was going to be our new chief, right? He's going to be the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he's a highly respected man. He's going to be great. Pete's going to be fantastic. I have no doubt about it. We have a great team, really great team. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, some of our allies have said that they're worried that they could be the next to be attacked by Russia. You've spoken directly with the Russian president.
Yeah.
Do you think those fears are justified?
No, I don't. I think when this gets done, it's done. They're going to all want to go home and rest. I don't see it happening. Nope, I don't see that happening. And we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Not going to happen, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Leaders from Russia and Iran are heading to Beijing tomorrow to discuss nuclear programs. What do you hope to get out of that?
Well, maybe they're going to talk about non-nuclear programs. Maybe they're going to be talking about the de-escalation of nuclear weapons, because, you know, I was talking about that with President Putin very strongly, and we could have done something had that election not been rigged. We would have had something. I think I would have made a deal with Putin on de-escalation, denuclearization, as they say. But we would have de-escalated nuclear weapons, because the power of nuclear weapons is so great and so devastating. And right now, Russia and us have by far the most, but China will catch us within 5 years. China doesn't have, but they're in the process of building, and they build. And within 4 or 5 years, they'll probably have the same.
And by the way, this is a Republican tradition. Ronald Reagan, when he negotiated with Gorbachev in the 1980s about bringing down the number of nuclear weapons, it's what you have been doing your first term, and it is important.
It would be a great achievement if we could bring down the number. We have so many weapons, and the power is so great. And number one, you don't need them to that extent. And then we'd have to get others, because, as you know, in a smaller way, Kim Jong-un has a lot of nuclear weapons, by the way, a lot. And others do also. You have India, you have Pakistan, you have others that have them. And we'd get them involved. But we started off with Russia and us. We have by far, actually by far the most. And we were going to denuclearize. And that was going to happen. And then we were going to China. And I spoke to China. I spoke to President Xi about it. And he really liked the idea. You know, he'd like not to spend trillions of dollars building weapons that hopefully he's never going to have to use. And because they are very expensive also. So that would have been great. Okay, one or two more.
There's been tension in the...
Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday at midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer?
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right now it's 2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. You know, we passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had 1 negative vote, a grandstander, you know, 1 grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot. But it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it, in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like, and it seems to be that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break-in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to the Pacific for environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. They lost, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. But We have the water, I'd love to show you a picture. You've seen the picture. The water is flowing through the half pipes. You know, we have the big half pipes that go down. 25 years ago, they used to have plenty of water, but they turned it off for environmental reasons. Well, I turned it on for environmental reasons and also fire reasons. But and I've been asking them to do that during my first term. I said, do it. I didn't think anything could happen like this, but they didn't have enough water. Now the farmers are going to have water for their land, and the water is in there. But I actually had to break in. We broke in to do it because we had people that were afraid to give water. They were, in particular, they were trying to protect a certain little fish. And I said, how do you protect the fish if you don't have water? They didn't have any water, so they're protecting a fish. And that didn't work out too well, by the way. So they have a lot of water going down throughout California, all coming out from the Pacific Northwest, even some from Canada. Thank you, Canada, very much. I appreciate it. Next thing you know, they'll want to turn the water off. They want to charge us for the water. But it comes up from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, it is brimming with water. Now, if they would have had that done, you wouldn't have had the damage because the fire would have been put out. The fire hydrants would have been loaded. The sprinklers in people's living rooms and bedrooms would have been loaded up with water. They had no water. The government makes them put sprinklers, and they had no water in the sprinklers because they had no water. So the water is flowing, and we're going to have to give a lot of money to Los Angeles to help them. And the Democrats are going to want to do that. So that's the one thing different. And frankly, I think that makes it a lot easier. But one of the big thing is we have the big, beautiful bill. We got to get that done. And that will put our country in a position like it's never been. It's a reduction of taxes. It's tremendous incentives for companies to come from all over the world into our country. It's great environmentally, but it's not this environmental scam that we went through, that we all went through. It provides for everything. It's a big, beautiful bill, and I hope we can get it approved, and that'll be next. But in the meantime, we have the continuing resolution, and the Republicans have approved it, and now the Democrats have to approve it, and I hope they will. And I think a lot of them, I can tell you, they want to. I've spoken to some of them. They really want to. Their leadership may not want them to. And if it closes, it's purely on the Democrats. One more?
On Korea, sir, we've seen tension increasing in the peninsula. You've talked about Kim Jong-un. Do you have any plans of re-establishing the relationship you had during the first mandate?
Well, I would. I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If I wasn't elected, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea. He expected it. He expected it. And they said, oh, thousands of people. No, millions of people would have been killed. But I got in. We went to Singapore, we met. We went to Vietnam, we met. We got along really good. We had a very good relationship, and we still do. We still do. You don't have that threat that you had. I mean, look, when I was running the first time, it looked like there was going to be a war with North Korea. You know that better than me.
Tensions were high.
Yeah. And
everybody
it started
was startled that you invited him for talks.
Right.
But you did.
It started off very rough. Yeah. And he wouldn't meet with Obama, wouldn't take his calls. I said, how many times did you call? They called a lot. He wouldn't take their call. He told me I wouldn't take his call. But with me, it did start off rough, if you remember. Very rough, actually, very nasty.
That was a Singapore?
And yeah, but then, no, before that, then it stopped. The rhetoric was extremely tough. It was...
you had a speech in the UN, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little bit dangerous. And then we met. They asked for a meeting, and we met. And the meeting caused the Olympics, which was in South Korea, to become a tremendous success. Nobody was buying tickets for the Olympics because they didn't want to be nuked. And I met, and not only did the Olympics become successful, but North Korea participated in the Olympics.
His sister visited.
It was an amazing thing. And that was something that was an achievement of the Trump administration, great achievement. And so I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, and we'll see what happens, but certainly he's a nuclear power. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
spent more time with the rest of your predecessor. And it's really no.
Well, I would say
You passed the threshold.
I think just now.
Just now, I think.
Just now, I spent more time with the rest of 4 years. Well, then that's the question, and you'd have 5,000 and grab them and if they ever hit that with you.
first. These billions of dollars that are now and will continue to flow into our region will do much to supercharge our recovery here, from restoring I-40 to its pre-storm condition with enhanced resiliency measures, to getting thousands of downed trees off the ground in the Pisgah Forest, Great Smoky Mountains Forest, to prevent future wildfires. I see my challenge now. Me and my office have gone through different stages. When I look back, I can identify every stage or every plateau that we were in recovering from this disaster. But the stage that I see us in now is my responsibility to help get the money out of the doors in Washington, D.C., into the hands here in Western North Carolina of the people that need it. And I've discovered there's just this huge... Thank you. There's this huge bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. that gets in the way of that. Even though we've appropriated the money, there's a bureaucracy that gets in the way. One of the things that I'm particularly proud of is President Trump, on his first trip out of Washington, D.C., on the first time he left Washington, D.C. was coming right here to Western North Carolina to keep his promise that he made here in Western North Carolina to not allow us to be forgotten. I'm really pleased he invited me to fly with him on Air Force One, and on that flight, he was on that flight. Yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disruptions here. And so right there on the Air Force One at that time, President Trump was asking me, how's the recovery going in Western North Carolina? And I was very honest with him. I was talking about the things that FEMA did well. I told him about the things that FEMA did not do so well. I talked to him about the bureaucracy that many of you brought to my attention, and the fact that we needed more help to recover here in Western Carolina. And right then, he appointed a couple other folks to that, and I'm in the middle right now of putting a report together based off of the feedback I've gotten from community leaders, from emergency responders, from citizens, from folks that have been affected by the storm, to put on the President's desk with the recommendations that me and my team have developed in how we can accelerate our recovery. Next, I just want to say thanks to all of you for helping us through this recovery. I've found it extremely heartening to see churches come together, to see nonprofits come together, to see neighbors looking out for neighbors they didn't even know before September the 27th. I remember as a young child, my grandma told me of all the stories and how people came together during the Great Depression and during World War II, and they helped each other plant gardens and fields and harvest and build barns and all that sort of thing. And I thought, wow, how great it must have been to have lived in those days. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we're living in those days right now, because we've seen so many of you come together to help one another. I want to give you just a little bit of information on some measurable pieces in our recovery from this storm. My office has assisted close to 350 individuals and families with successful resolutions of casework where they were having difficulty with FEMA. And we've now got about 800 of those cases in process. We put together a special number because I had an impossible time getting information from FEMA on the folks that needed the help, that were caught up in the bureaucracy. And so I put together, or I bought a phone line, 223 Fix FEMA, and we've publicized what very much. So anybody Anybody that still needs help, encourage them to call my office at 223-FIX-FEMA. We've removed nearly 5 million cubic yards of debris from public right-of-ways. 3.6 million by state contractors and 1.3 million by federal contractors. We're going to get that. Parcels complete, and work is underway at another 115 parcels. 157,000 families have received FEMA assistance to recover from the storm, totaling nearly $400 million, and $405 million so far has been obligated to local communities to help with the cost. 6,230 families have received $18.3 million for repair or replacement of private access roads and bridges. And as of last week, North Carolina DOT has reopened over 1,300 roads that were closed due to The American people sent President Trump back to the White House and Republican majorities in the House and Senate with a to restore America's economic dominance, get government out of their way to the greatest extent possible, and to secure our border. Yeah. In my view, our nation's debt crisis has been largely ignored far too long, and the time is now to fix how Washington works. To that end, I was proud to vote recently for the House budget resolution, which provides the framework and you wonder why folks don't want to do these town halls. That framework provides for Congress to secure the border, to promote American energy independence, to lower taxes, and to make America more competitive. There's also much that the President can do under his Article II authorities provided by the Constitution to rein in the size of government, the scale of government, which over the decades has become unwieldy and largely accountable on a massive scale. And so Yep. Yep. Thank you for that feedback. To be clear, Sheriff, So to be clear, I deeply value the contributions that federal employees make every day to keep America running and to deliver important services. For example, folks at the National Weather Service office put out critical and timely warnings ahead of Helene's destruction in western North Carolina, saving potentially thousands of lives in the process. However, it is on all departments and agencies under the federal government need to run more efficiently. And I support current efforts to identify those opportunities for making the taxpayers' dollars go farther. I will be glad to answer your questions over the time that we have remaining. I'd just like to remind you all that the disruptions are only allowing us to take less questions. I'd rather take more. And I encourage you, if we can't get to all of your questions tonight, to go onto my website, www.edwards.house.gov, and complete the form there. And press the subscribe button. There'll be much more happening in the next few months, and that's a great way to help us stay informed. Thank you, and let's start the discussion. So with that, I'd like to call up Mark Warwick.
Thank you.
To draw out a question and tell me what's first on.
Will do. Thank you, Congressman. First of all, you were all given the opportunity to fill out either an orange or a pink card. If you still have cards, raise them up so we can get them and put them in the boxes. If you still have cards, someone will come by and get those, and we'll do our best to get through as many of them as we can. All right? We will start. I will do my best to read handwriting. Mary from zip code 28801, what do you plan to do to make sure North Carolina does not get taken over by dictatorship and fascism?
Sounds like there's a little bit of bias in that question, but to be quite honest with you, we have a Constitution. I work to uphold that Constitution. I'm assuming that many of you might have some disagreement with what you see taking place in the White House right now. But I think we also have to realize that what we see President Trump doing is exactly what President Trump said he was going to do if he was elected. And President Trump was elected by the lion's share of the American people, and so my goal is in everything I do to support the agenda that the American people sent me and President Trump and others in Washington.
Our next question comes from Sherry, zip code 28778. How can services of the Department of Education continue when its workforce is cut in half?
Yeah. So those of you who are extremely concerned about the Constitution, let's drop back and realize that the Department of Education is not mentioned in our U.S. Constitution. Let's let's keep in mind that the general purpose of government is to make decisions closest to the people that we represent. I am, yeah. I'm gonna take the questions that come out of the box one at a time, and I'm going to attempt to answer those because somebody in good faith took time to write that down in this box. I have supported, even as a state senator, the fact that we should abolish the U.S. Department of Education. The decisions need to be made back on the state level. It would be my goal that the decisions be made on a level closer to the people they represent, more by parents and school boards than Washington bureaucrats. It would also be my goal that it would also be my goal that we would get to the point that block grants would be sent from Washington, D.C. to the states to make those decisions, and that ultimately we would lower federal taxes by an amount commensurate to the same, so that folks weren't spending as much money as they are right now in Washington, D.C. So,
our next question is from Polly from a 288 zip code area. What are you doing to ensure the protection of our Social Security benefits?
Yeah. Good question. President Trump has made it clear, and all right. So now you want to hear a question about me? I'm not going to vote to dissolve your Social Security. I'm not looking to disrupt Social Security at all. That's a promise that's been made to the American people. Those folks who have worked all their life and paid into that certainly deserve to reap the rewards from the promise that they were made. Yeah.
Our next question is from Aaron, 28721 zip code. How do you justify cuts to staff of the VA helping veterans, especially those with long-term care needs?
So first of all, there have been no cuts to the staff at VA as of this point. The information that you have received is that there was a leaked memo where there were some folks looking at the efficiency of the VA. It is not President Trump, nor Congress, nor even Elon Musk's intent to eliminate any job that directly provides service to our veterans. So, yeah.
Our next question is from Ellen, zip code 28748. Do you represent all citizens, even though they may not have voted for you, or do you work for Trump?
So I represent all the citizens, but let's be real. We have some differing opinions here. Every vote that I have, every opinion that I have, cannot possibly align with what my job is to listen to the folks that I represent, to apply the principles that I have, that I told you that I would use when I went to Washington, D.C., and help make the decisions that cover the needs of more of the folks back here in Western North Carolina. Let's do another one.
Our next question is from Gene, zip code 28745, it looks like. Will the foresters who were fired be rehired to clean up the storm debris that is a fire hazard?
The easy answer to that is yes, they have. You may be aware that there was a court ruling in just the last few days that required that all of those probationary employees be reinstated for at least 45 days, and then there would be another. And then there would be another process to evaluate where we're at there. Yeah.
One more?
I feel like this is not productive with everybody yelling at me. I mean, if you want to hear, yeah. The questions are coming out of the box one at a time. I'm answering those for you. You're not going to like a lot of them. And you certainly will have the right in the next election to cast your vote based off of what you hear coming from me now. All right. Go right ahead.
The next question comes from Teresa, zip code 28753. Let's get through this. Doge is cutting everything but must contracts. Are you willing to fire 25% of your staff like he's doing to others?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, what I'd like, what I'd like to share with you is exactly what's taking place with Doge right now. Our government efficiency is being looked at in a way like never before. We cannot. We simply cannot. Yeah. So, by the Department of Government Efficiency, by Doge performing the test that it is, we've been uncovering some things that I'd like to read off to you, just as example. We found a VA contract where $56,000 was being paid to water 8 plants for 5 years. We found a $3 million contract for organizational culture training to instruct VA leadership on what culture and values that they should have, which now has been canceled. We found a $532,000 grant that was awarded by NIH to use a mouse model to investigate the effects of cross-sex testosterone treatment. We found a $3.5 million consulting contract for larval fish monitoring at the Bureau of Reclamation, which already had been identified as non-essential. We found a $1.7 million grant awarded by NIH for the China Health and Retirement Longitudinal Study at Peking University in Beijing, China. We found $327,000 in grants at USDA for increasing DEI programming. We found a $10 million grant in a small country in Africa for voluntary medical male circumcision. We found a $47 million grant for improving learning outcomes in Asia. We found 300, yeah. We found $300 million in federal loans that were made. We found $300 million in federal loans that were made to people 115 years old and older. And yes, our country is now in more debt than we have ever been before, $36 trillion. And, yeah. So I'm gonna answer. Yeah. I'm going to answer these questions one at a time. And seriously, to be respectful to the folks that took time and stood in line here, would you allow me to answer the questions? And if you don't like the answer, that's okay. You can just wave and say, I don't believe that. But I think we owe it to the people that came and stood in line, that took time to be here, that wanted me to answer questions, for me to answer these questions. So, what was that question? I've lost track. What was that question?
That question was, are you willing to fire 25% of your staff like he's doing to others?
Yeah. Well, I'll answer that directly. I've got a staff of about 15 that are working their butts off on your behalf every single day. So, no, I don't intend for them to go anywhere. And without them, we would not have been able to address the recovery of Hurricane Helene like we have. Let's take another question.
Let's go to our next question from Diane, zip code 28787. Why are you supporting the destruction of all of our North Carolina agencies, NOAA, Social Security, FEMA, VA, etc.?
Yeah. I think we have to look for efficiency in every single government agency that's out there. There are about 2 million federal employees that you are paying for every single year. Government has bloated exponentially since the pandemic. I believe that we owe it to the taxpayers to go and look for efficiencies that are out there. Let's go ahead.
Our next question comes from Jim, zip code 28711. The large Ukrainian population in western North Carolina has been rattled by threats to end temporary protected status. Will you support extending that status until there can be an orderly return to a safe Ukraine?
Yes! Next question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, from Loretta, zip code 28803. Am I going to the next question?
Yeah, let's go to the next question.
How do we get limbs and roots removed from the storm?
Yeah. Call the local government in which you pay taxes. They have a process in place. They've contracted folks to remove debris. I gave you some statistics, or tried to give you some statistics on where we were with that in my opening comments. But we've already removed several hundred tons of debris, and we've got a long way to go. So go ahead. What's next? Yeah, the biggest reason you can't hear me is there are so many folks trying to make noise at the top on me. Go right ahead.
The next question, Rich 28739. Do you feel secure in what you have voted for and why?
Yes. I certainly feel secure in what I voted on. And the reason why is that I was very clear in what my views were when I was elected to go to Washington, D.C. in limited government, in lower taxes, in a secure America, in a secure border, in trying to provide opportunities for the younger generations, in trying to save our taxpayers dollars, in trying to create communities that are safe, in trying to lower regulations that are adding to the inflation that you've been experiencing, and in endless others. So, yes, go right ahead.
Our next question is from Lynn, 28787. Let's get down to the question. How do you intend to support our active duty military members and family who are stationed overseas?
The continuing resolution that I voted on Tuesday night, for example, bolsters our military spending. It gives the largest raises to the general officers in the history of the United States. I certainly support Secretary Hegseth's efforts to reduce the workforce in the Pentagon by 8%, because we don't need butts in the seats in the Pentagon. We need missiles and planes and the equipment that's necessary to defend our military and our homeland.
Our next question is from Kathleen, zip code 28804. Why do you support a president that cares nothing about NATO, Ukraine, and democracy, but cares about Putin and other dictators?
Actually, I believe that the president is very supportive of Ukraine. I believe the president recognizes that Putin is a murderous dictator. I think it was just yesterday he told the world that he believes that we need to increase our sanctions against Russia and probably enforce the ones that are already in place. I know that Vice President J.D. Vance, about a month ago, suggested that if Putin not come to the table for a peace treaty, that he may be facing American soldiers over in that region. I also believe that we see the author of The Art of the Deal, working his magic to try to create a situation where folks would come to the negotiating table that might not otherwise do that. So
Our next question from Jordan, zip code 28754, along the same lines. Congressman, will you stand up for Ukraine funding and protection?
Yes. I voted that way. I'll continue to vote that way. I spent 9 days with bombs falling over my head, fired on Kiev from Russia. I had missiles coming by my head in Odessa. I had an opportunity to look into the weeping eyes of widows that had lost their sons and husbands from the invasion of Ukraine. And I came back committed that the world cannot stand idly by and watch the type of evil taking place that we see taking place over there.
Our next question is from Janet, zip code 28805. Detail 5 things you've done this week to protect our democracy.
I'll be happy to do that. Let me see how quick I can do it. I participated in a 2-hour classified briefing with a military outfit that is charged with creating the equivalent of an Iron Dome in a region that we are very interested in. I helped pass a continuing resolution that funded our military, gave raises to our military, kept our government running, including all the federal agencies that you're concerned with. I met with probably a dozen different media outlets and told them why I was going to be here with you here today. I am here with you today. I could go on more and more, but coming up with 5 things is not real difficult. So.
Our next question is from Claire. Zip code 28715. Our Park Service generates just over $55 billion with an operating budget of just over $3 billion. How do you defend Park Service cuts given the positive Park Service ROI?
Is to listen to the information that I hear coming out of the administration, and then to look at how that might be affecting our district, and then go back to that administration and make a case for why some of those changes might not be in the best interest of NC-11. And I've done that over and over and over again, and I'll continue to do that. Yes.
Our next question from Lauren, zip code 28712. If uncovering waste and fraud was the goal, why hire hackers and not auditors and forensic accountants?
I'm not sure I understand the total premise of the question. Comparing, like him or not, Elon Musk has brought a lot of really smart people to Doge, and They're finding the vulnerabilities and the inconsistencies in our databases and realizing where we do not cross-reference files such as death certificates and Social Security and so many others. So if forensic accounting is what you want, that's exactly what you see playing out right now. Go ahead.
Our next question comes from Blaze, zip code 28804. Why do you support Trump's destructive and disastrous trade war?
So would you give me a chance to answer this question, and then you can start yelling after I answer it? I mean, let me do that. Let me answer, and then if you don't like it, you can boo or hiss or whatever you like to do. First of all, let's be forthright. President Trump told us throughout his entire campaign that he was going to be using tariffs to negotiate to negotiate with foreign countries, and that's exactly what he's doing. And to negotiate, you've got to have an edge. You've got to have something to negotiate with. And he's been able to bring foreign leaders to the table that would not come to the table otherwise. He's been able to get attention from Canada because they've failed to secure their border, and they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country. Yeah. I thought we were going to have the agreement where I got to answer and then you got to yell at me. Okay. I'm not through answering. Yeah. The other thing I think that we have to recognize is that an economy really consists of many multiple factors. Our competitiveness with foreign nations is one of those, and so maybe to raise prices from those folks that are sending goods into the U.S. in an effort to lower prices on those goods and services that are manufactured in the United States, to create a better tax climate for those people that work here and do business here, and then to create a better environmental or regulatory structure where we lower the regulation and make it easier for businesses to conduct business here in the United States. There are many different parts of pulling together a strong economy, just like we saw in the first administration. So I'll stop there and you can yell. Go ahead.
All right, we have time for one more question from this box before we go to the open mic portion. Our last question here, Amelia from zip code 28805. What are you doing for your constituents regarding Musk and his minions having writing privileges with the Treasury Department's database?
Yeah, well, thank you. So can I answer this one also before you start yelling at me? Let's be honest with one another. If the name of the person that was running that agency was anything more than Elon Musk, you probably wouldn't be as angered about it. Because the reality is, even before President Trump was elected, there were people working inside these agencies that had access, that were required access to the information. You should also know that those employees and folks that serve with Doge have gone to the same exact security screens as everyone else. So, yeah. Somebody's going to be in charge of looking at those. His name just happens to be Elon Musk right now. So, are we through taking questions?
We're through with these questions. We're now ready for the open mic portion. So, when I call your name, please stand and someone will bring a microphone to you. I will read out the subject that you have a question or a comment on. Please take note that you have 2 minutes for your question or your comment. We have a timekeeper here who will show you the signs so you can keep up with your time, okay? Our first comment or question comes from Lauren Delisandro, zip code 28712. Okay. You have a question or a comment on USAID.
Is it working? Okay. I'd like to know why they would possibly cancel everything for USA when the food and the supplies were right there and the prices, the money that they had was paying for services that had already been provided. And they left people in the countries they were with no notice and no help to get back to the United States. What kind of person does that?
And so, you know, I'm the vice chair of the National Security, State Department, and related agencies Appropriations Committee. Serving on that committee for the last year or so, I and my colleagues have had a very difficult time getting straight answers out of the State Department in where I'm trying to answer your question. These folks are making it difficult for me. We've had a real difficult time getting the answers that we need to make informed decisions. President Trump recognized that there was a lot of money being spent out there that the American people and certainly Congress would not agree with, and so he took the what I think was the appropriate action, saying let's pause for right now. Let's pause for 90 days. Let's look at these programs, and then let's decide what is relevant, what really is in the national security interest of America, and then go back and evaluate those. Just like, as an example, yesterday in a hearing that I was involved in as the vice chair of this committee, I listened to the folks that is at the head of the State Department that deals with the foreign aid. I couldn't necessarily agree with the total tactic, but I agree that we need to take a lot closer look at where that money is being spent. I was able to share with him a couple of personal experiences that I was involved in overseas. I told you I went to Ukraine. I had the opportunity to visit not only Ukraine, but Moldova and some of the Balkans to see how USAID money was being spent. There's a lot of good being done over there to look out for widows of those that have fled from Ukraine and children that have been traumatized. And so I was able to make a good, strong case in that meeting that was one of the first programs that needed to be looked at to be turned back on. Just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I came back from a trip. With from the Middle East. I met with the leadership of Jordan and realized here's a very, very small country in the middle of the desert that had about 20,000 people in it in 1926. Now it's got about 20 million people, and they are desperate for water. And yeah, I'm trying to answer. Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question in how in how. Yeah, I think I answered that question. There's a lot of things going on the taxpayers would not agree with, and now it's partly my job and my colleagues' job on appropriations to go back and recognize where the money was being spent that our taxpayers would agree with and get that turned back on. You want to call for somebody else?
All right, our next comment or question comes from, I believe this is Mirva Price. Mira Price from zip code 28800 regarding budget cuts.
Why did you vote for the continuing resolution budget bill that will cut Medicaid, SNAP food stamps, public housing, veterans benefits, etc., when you have so many hundreds of thousands in this district that are depending on them?
With all due respect, I don't think you've read that bill, because that bill didn't cut any of the things that you just suggested. A continuing resolution, yeah, I see some talking points back there, probably some political talking points that have been passed around. A continuing resolution continues to spend the taxpayers' money at the same rate that it did in the previous cycle. And so this continuing resolution did nothing to cut those things that you're suggesting.
Our next question comes from Ed Zaron, Z-A-R-O-N, Z-A-S-O-N. Ed over here. And this is regarding the annexation of Canada and Greenland.
Do you support the annexation of Canada and/or Greenland? And this is a yes or no question. I don't want you to wander off into the woods. I don't want to hear about your latest week in your office. Okay, so I'm trying to get your opinion on this as a yes or no. Do you support Trump on annexing Canada or Greenland? And do you like the way he treats the Premier or the President of Canada, calling him governor? Is that the way you do as a diplomat? Is that the way the United States should act to our closest neighbors? You know, is this, and I've still got a little more time. Do you enjoy the way he's tried to extort minerals from the Ukraine? Do you like bullying people that need your help? Do you go for kicking the guy when he's down? Do you support Trump in these things? And this is a yes or no.
The no's in there. Let me answer the first one, and then there was one that really stuck out that I'd like to also answer. I believe your first question that you wanted yes or no is, do I support annexing Greenland and Canada? The short answer to that is no, I do not. There was another question in there. I think it was, do I support a deal, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, a deal with Ukraine in obtaining minerals and helping the United States taxpayer recoup the $140 billion or so that we sent over there? The answer is yes, I do support that.
We'll go to our next. This is Chris B, zip code 28704. Chris, regarding speaking out in support of vets. Chris? Oh, that was Chris. But his question was, yeah, will you speak out in support of vets? Half of the federal workforce is vets. Barry West, zip code 28805. Barry West. Question regarding, or comment regarding vaccines.
Okay.
What if there are more than
another issue that's come to light lately is the fact that the FDA the FDA abruptly canceled this week's scheduled meeting that was to determine the composition of this year's. Okay. This week's scheduled meeting at the FDA that was to determine the composition of this year's flu vaccine was abruptly canceled, and no rescheduling was talked about. In addition to that, the CDC also postponed its advisory committee on immunization practices meeting in February. That was to review the safety and efficacy of vaccines. At the same time, HHS Secretary RFK Jr. is still out there spreading doubt about the usefulness of vaccines in disease prevention. Does any of this concern you, and what do you plan to do about it?
Well, what was your name again? Barry. Barry, with all due respect, I'm not aware of any meetings that were canceled, but I do support. Yeah. I do think that there is a place for vaccines. I saw an article written on Secretary Kennedy probably just this morning where he was encouraging folks to make their decision about the measles vaccines. I think it's up to all of us. And yeah, I've had my measles vaccine and many others. So I think we should be able to make our own minds up. So I'm going to support your decisions to make up your own mind. That's what I'm going to do about it. Go ahead.
Our next comment comes from Leanne, L-I-A-N-E. Leanne, zip code 28804. Regarding the Department of Education and Medicaid cuts.
Good evening. This is a piggyback with what was mentioned earlier about Medicaid, but it's a little different. Medicaid, as we all know, is jointly funded by the state and federal. And it appears that President Trump has mentioned that Medicaid funding should go back to the state, some parts of it. Many folks that are on Medicaid are those that have disabilities, children with disabilities, nursing care, and especially kids that are under Title I and speech services. These people cannot afford it out of their pocket. The Department of Education has mentioned that there's going to be cuts. This will affect those with disabilities and those with under Title I funding that had been protected under IDA, which is the Individual Disabilities of Education Act. How will you, Congressman Edwards, deal with this for the folks that are our neighbors, our families, and our friends?
I think, yeah. And I appreciate that question. I think that I've been very clear. I do support the abolishment of the Department of Education. Now, I also agree that there is a vulnerable population out there that needs to continue to be protected, such as the disabled. And I believe that there is a way to do that and adjust federal law of what the expectation of Congress is, not that of a bunch of bureaucrats in another administration building, but what the wishes of Congress would be, such as states would be given a block grant to do the things that the federal government's doing now, and expected to follow the laws that Congress passes. So that's on the education piece. On the Medicaid piece, President Trump has made it very clear to me and to other members of Congress that it is not his intent, and I believe it is not Congress's intent, to disrupt the benefits of the most vulnerable amongst us, such as the disabled and the poor that cannot afford those services themselves. And you've seen no action so far to make those disruptions.
Our next question or comment comes from, it's either SB or JB, zip code 28804. Regarding the future of American democracy. Is there a SB or a here? What are you why are you doing nothing while Trump destroys the U.S. Constitution?
I think I sense a maybe a faction in this room of folks that that might not have voted for President Trump, and I'll say that I happen to believe very much that President Trump supports our Constitution. And I sleep good at night knowing that every vote that I cast is in support of our Constitution and your freedoms and limited government.
Our next question comes, or comment comes from Pam, zip code 28739. Pam, regarding the role of Congress.
Our president is ignoring laws passed by Congress. What are you doing to take back your power as our congressman?
Pam, I'm not sure that I agree with you on the premise of your question. But what I hear a lot is, what I hear from a lot of folks is they disagree with some of the cost savings that are being put into place. So let me say this to you. That I'll give you a few seconds to make a clarification, if you'll allow me to answer the premise of the question as I understand it, because I do get a lot of feedback from folks saying the president's not spending the money that they were given by Congress. There is nothing in the Constitution that says every dollar that Congress sends the administration has to be spent. It is very clear that those funds, in order to be respent in any other way, have to be rescinded by Congress. And so we're allowing the administration that we have right now to conduct its work, and then Congress will go back and look at those various cost-saving ideas and decide what, if anything, and I feel pretty sure we'll find some costs that some money out there that we want to rescind. That's my interpretation of the question, because I hear so many people ask it. But if you want to clarify, I'll give you a few seconds to do that.
Congress approved the IG Act in the 80s. And the IG has, as a former federal employee of an IG, those group, they already have investigators and auditors to investigate. Those people that are in charge of those agencies were fired without their 30-day notice, as Congress mandated. Agencies created by Congress and mandated by Congress are having employees fired and shuttered without Congress saying anything or doing anything. Money that has been approved by Congress to pay for grain from Iowa and Kansas was approved and paid for, shipped, sitting there, waiting to be delivered, and it was pulled back by the administration. These are things that Congress has approved. Congress controls the purse. You hold the pocketbook. You create the agencies. You make the laws.
I've got the question now, and so to half of your question, I would have to go back and say that the premise in which I interpreted it was correct. That Congress appropriates money. We do have the power of the purse. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the president has to spend every single dollar of it. It was approved to be sent to the administration to be dispersed under the control of the president. The second premise of your question was that there were agencies created by Congress, and those are still in place. No agency has been dissolved as of yet, and so there's nothing there at all that is unconstitutional. What do we got, Mark?
Our next question is from Keith, zip code 28712. Keith, regarding Ukrainian parolees.
So in 2022, I sponsored a family of 3, and when they arrived, the mom was pregnant, so she had a baby at Mission Hospital. She's 3 now. And like some of the others have said, there's humanitarian parolee status and also the temporary protected status, which my family has. They have the humanitarian parolee status and the temporary protected status. And there's talk about revoking them. So it makes me very nervous that my family could be deported. So I'm asking for your help to make sure those statuses are not revoked. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all for you. Yeah. Give it up for him. Yeah. I very much appreciate the detailed question presented in such a civil manner. What I can promise you is that Madeline here has got your concern, and I'll certainly go back and study it. And if you want to provide Madeline your contact information, we'll be back in touch with you with our learnings. There's probably more you know that that I could learn from you. So, thank you.
Next comment comes from Michael, zip code 28806. Michael, over here. And this is a comment or question regarding Medicaid and Medicare.
Many of us in Western North Carolina rely on Medicaid, Medicare, and or Social Security to get health care and pay our bills. Mathematically, it is impossible to enact your proposed budget, the Republican proposed budget, without making deep cuts to these programs. What is your message to constituents who depend on these programs here?
I would say that I think that you might be referring to the budget resolution that was passed out of the budget committee that I sit on about 3 weeks ago. It did make it across the House floor. It did have quite a bit of political adversity without any fact. There's nothing in that resolution that mentions the word Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. There's no intent from President Trump nor from the current Congress to do anything to disrupt payments for Medicare or Social Security. I have had a lot of folks rely on a statement that they feel that they heard from CBO that we don't have enough, where they may have said we don't have enough confidence in Congress to be able to achieve. I'm trying to answer the gentleman's question, sir. I'm sorry. CBO had made some statements that they didn't have enough confidence in Congress to be able to achieve what was in that budget resolution without touching Medicaid. I would just say to you, first of all, is there anything that comes out of CBO that we can believe? Because they're missing their projections by trillions of dollars. And I would also say that my good friend Brett Guthrie, the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, who deals with appropriation for Medicaid, believes that he can achieve the $880 billion over 10 years without disrupting payments to the most vulnerable amongst us. for example, there's yeah. Yeah. And so now I want to go back to the Medicaid question. There have been $2.6 trillion in improper payments over the last 10 years. And so eliminating that alone would give us the cost savings that the Budget Committee intended to find in that budget resolution. Thank you for the question.
All right, folks, we have time for one final comment or question. One final comment or question, and it is from Elizabeth, zip code 28752. Elizabeth, right there, regarding Social Security income.
Discussions on the Hill concerning changes to Social Security and future payments to retirees in order to keep the Social Security solvent. These include raising the eligibility age for retirees from 62 to 70, or increasing the Social Security tax from 6.2% to 7%, or making sweeping cuts to recipients' benefits of up to 25%. I have a question for you, but I want to make one more clarification before you answer, please. Would you support the raising or the elimination of the Social Security income cap of the $176,100? Let me say one more thing. This change would fairly require everyone to pay their fair share of the tax. It would keep the Social Security solvent and not adversely impact recipients' benefits. As it is, millionaires and billionaires like Mr. Musk pay the same amount as someone making $176,100 per year. So would you support the raising or the elimination of the Social Security cap income of $176,100?
I've not seen any bill like that before me yet. What I can tell you with all sincerity is the issue of Social Security solvency is one of extreme importance to myself and all my other colleagues in Congress, and we're committed to not touching the benefits of anyone that is already in the program and reaping the promises that they have been made. But the reality is we have to look at every possibility so that we can continue to keep those promises. And I believe that the people that sent me to Washington, D.C. want me to make the most informed decision possible, and that I can commit to you. You know, I'm going to promise you that I'm going to look at the options that we have, keep our promises to you. All right. Hey, this has been fun. I appreciate the opportunity to spend the last 89 minutes with you. I really appreciate the energy that you brought, the contradiction of opinions from time to time, the passion that I hear, the patriotism that I sense in this room, and I hope that you will certainly stay engaged with my office and all of those folks that are elected to represent you. Good night. God bless you all.
Thank you.